Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today's plans, figure out where we were on dev, because the error that popped up and was causing Godot to not open, as of 10 minutes ago, just stopped happening. And I didn't do anything. So I don't know. I'll try opening it again on stream, because maybe it's fighting with OBS over resources or something. Maybe that's the issue. This is a bigger issue. Uh-oh. No. Why are you not exploding? I don't understand. I changed absolutely nothing since we last talked. Like, I tried fixing some things in here. Wait. Maybe these aren't truly the same. We'll test that. So we'll do a little testing before we get to work. Let's close that for now. And just so, since we're just loading the project over and over again, I added this GD ignore, not get ignore, GD ignore. So it'll speed up loading. So we can iterate a little faster. But reset here, hard. Yeah, this is where my local changes were, or something was breaking it. Don't know what. Anyway. Doop. And let's do some startup. Hold on. All of that. Yes, all that's working. And while all the move stuff has been happening, yeah, I haven't been able to do much support for stream. I need to just make an item on my board for this. Hold on. This should really go on a different board. There's so much tech, like, I've lost control of my board. But this is not the month to fix the board. What was I gonna put here? Test merging OBS instance. Stream to Twitch only. Yep. Because I found some new settings that can maybe make that happen. They should really go on a different board, but because that is not part of my project documentation by any means. Great. One thing I almost forgot here. I think, I don't know what I want to name it yet. Where did I save that? Character model. No. No, I saved it. Here? Surely not. Nope. 5. Oh, no, it was on Fab and I put it as part of my saved asset. That's what I did. Or like favorited, I don't remember what the term is on here. Now how do I get back to that? There we go. I think the next big project should be this guy. Like, inspiration hit me with that one. I want to make it happen. All right. And timer. You. Let's see. Oh, I have noticed that so Genshin talk, have noticed that even with my account, the Imaginarium Theater is becoming a serious challenge for me. And this past round in particular, I just did not have proper teams for most of it. I actually built 2 additional characters just to be able to do it. But a few things I've learned that might help you guys. First, look up the bosses ahead of time. Like, you absolutely have to know every bit about boss mechanics. You can't just wing it anymore. Ooh. There's been several of the newer bosses that I've just sort of beaten them on the fly without knowing what's going on. Particularly the latest one. What is it? Where? Something Gecko? Bruh. Where are you? That? Radiant Moon Gecko. There we go. So, this guy's got a whole thing going on. First, when the fight starts, at least in Imaginarium Theater, I haven't fought him in the overworld. Actually, let's just do that. Let me construct the team that I had in Imaginarium Theater. what team am I? This one's fun. So I had King Wong in this slot. I think I use Nouvelette. Think. Who did I put? By the way, my team for this guy was absolute garbage. So, like, you can definitely make a better team than I made. But all of my good teams I needed for other stuff. Ooh. I think it might have been someone like Shenhe, and I was just using them to have another element. Let's just bring Risley. And Shalonen. The final run I actually didn't have Shalonen. I can bring Chiori. I'm just not going to use the character in the slot. Yeah, so everything's going to hinge on Nouvelette for this. Ooh. And I should explain the mechanics. Hold on. Did I grab that? Before we actually fight him, I want to explain the mechanics because I doubt I'm going to be able to explain them fast enough while the fight's going on. First phase, at least in Imaginarium Theater, he does this weird shield thing where he can't be targeted, and there's like obelisk in the center of the arena. You have to do rapid geo damage to bring him down. If you have characters like what is her name? Character archive. What is her name? Zebai. There we go. I imagine if you have Zebai or Zebai, this is much easier. I suspect. I don't know because I don't have her. But I was able to handle it using Ningguang. And if you've been playing the game for even 6 months, you almost certainly have Ningguang. Like you could have at least bought her through the Star Glitter exchange, is that it? Yes. Oh, hello. Don't want to forget that. Yeah, so you've got version 1 characters that show up on rotation here, specifically 4-star only. And most people will have picked up Ningguang by now. If you don't have Ningguang and you're trying to do Imaginarium Theater, your account is probably too young for that, and you probably don't. Anyway, was able to do enough damage with this to get through that phase. He then falls to the ground, and you have a short duration to damage him. Then he'll put up this buff on himself that gets rid of your crit rate, which most people know if you've been playing Genshin, and honestly, if you even watch some Genshin, you know, crits are how you do damage. Like, 100% crit rate is the goal, 200+% crit damage is the goal, and he just knocks out your crit rate. To remove that status, you need to heal any of your characters up to full. Bring a good healer is obviously a quick way to do that. The other one, Nouvelette, being able to heal himself, technically works. And that's how I was able to accomplish it. Aren't you gonna do your thing? Oh, nope. Okay, so overworld version works differently. His glowy state here means that I'm gonna do almost no damage. But I can use this to quickly heal up. And do a little damage. And I got my 2 reactions, so I can do proper damage. Well, not, honestly, not that much. Let's see if we can get him to go. There we go. So this is how he starts in Imaginary Theater. And Ningguang is particularly good for taking this shield out. Oh, and I did not succeed. Huh. Oh, bother. Okay, so... But, got him. Yeah, no, it's a rough fight. And it's worth putting this in context. I'm trying to do the highest difficulty, so you've got 2 very hard challenge rooms, in addition to 4 bosses. This being one of them. And Imaginarium Theater, this time around, the elements are what? Geo, Cryo, Hydro, I believe. Which... those are not the best elements for building teams with. Unless you specifically have... like, if you've been building Geo teams through the years, sure, you're ready. But... almost no one builds Geo teams. Just because their damage has historically been very, very bad compared to transformative reactions. Or amplifying reactions, sorry. Nodcry and... no, just Nodcry has brought new life to transformative reactions. And that's clearly what they want us to focus on in this Imaginary. But the thing that got me through the hard fights was, as always, or at least for the past, I think, 3 Imaginarium Theaters, the thing that got me through was my Skirk team. And the thing I'm learning is, for all of the early fights in Imaginarium Theater, I have to use characters that can just barely skirt by. So, like, if I have a collection of decent DPS units that can't really go on a team, then pair them with garbage units and let them solo a chamber here and there. One character that came in absolute clutch for that this time around was Nadia, or Navia. I did not realize that I had her pretty well built. Yeah, 94% crit rate, 167% crit damage. Not ideal, but she was hitting for sometimes 200,000 with her skill. And because of how she works, as long as you have some form of consistent elemental application, she's gonna be able to chunk out those hits. She couldn't, for my account and my ability to play, I couldn't handle any of the bosses with her. But the mid-level, or the, like the 4th and 5th non-boss rooms, she was able to handle. So anything up through 5, I was able to handle with her, and she was essentially soloing. Like, I think when I used her, I paired her with Xingqiu, just because he was able to do consistent off-field hydro application, got a bunch of crystals, wait for the crystals to build up, use her skill, it worked. This round definitely forced me to learn some new characters and utilize characters in ways that I have not in the past. Okay, this is kind of a rough one. Not to mention, Geo Cryo Hydra means that the best options for Chambers is going to be freeze teams. Well, there's not very many good freeze teams in the game. Like, there's Skirk and her team, but I mean, who else are you really using? For non-boss chambers, Ganyu can be great. Pairing her with someone like Hayato or Kokomi, those work. Those work very well. Especially on the defense ring. So for defense, throw those out there because you don't need to do damage. Like, keep Ayato's ultimate up, keep Ganyu's ultimate up. The enemies can't move, and you just wait the timer out. Fantastic. One build I had never done before and turned out to be absolutely nutty fantastic was a combination of Ayato, Yelan, Yunjin, and who was my fourth? It changed up quite a bit. What was my fourth on that? I think my fourth was a throwaway character most of the time. But oddly effective team. Let me actually throw that together real quick. And if I wanted to make this a serious team with a good fourth slot, who would I pick? The best bet is probably Kazuha. Probably. He goes on every mono team. But kind of want to not use Kazuha because I use him for everything. Let's try that. And who is our test dummy for that? First, make sure I've got... I don't really... You are an NPC. You are not hostile. Let me check the time real quick. Hey there, Sneaky Mizu. How's it going? 3 minutes. That should be plenty of time. What's new, Mizu? Apparently I don't know how to find enemies. Hello? Hello? Oh my god. I know there's enemies here. That'll work. And that's it. Fine setup. My favorite punching bag for testing damage is this guy. Dude, I need to do that work to try and merge the OBS instances. Because I feel like most of the frame rate issues would just disappear if I did once I do that. Hello, Magu Kenki. Okay. Get him out of first phase. Pop it. Pop. 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 Oh, get back here. There you go. Like I said, this team was oddly effective. And I just have never tried pairing Yunjin with Kamisato Ayato. Are you studying Genshin for your game? Genshin? This is Genshin. No, I am not studying Genshin for my game. This is just startup. I'm taking 20 minutes to let people respond to notifications and get in here. And that is my message to start working. Arg. There we go. That's not what I need. Excuse me. I have two sneezes. First sneeze is the one you just heard, which is like the most stereotypical like cartoon sneeze that exists. Like, I'm half convinced that I inherited genetically the sneeze from Looney Tunes. The other sneeze I have, and I trained myself to not do it on stream, is the dad sneeze. Like the hear it from the next county over yells sneeze that just like deafens everyone. Those are my sneezes. Why? I don't know. It's who I am, chat. Got to do this. Son of a gun. Well. I'll have to do that after stream. Oh, and I need to do Selenic Chronicles. Okay. Note to self. Finish that stuff up off stream. Alright. So, what I was talking about at the start of stream, apparently this just works now. I don't understand. Like, I lost one stream trying to troubleshoot this. I lost another stream because of moving stuff and not having this working. today, without, like, I've been trying to fix this for days, and wake up today, and the error's gone. I don't know. But also, this is different. Like, some of my scenes are not open. I don't understand. I'm very confused. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. Nothing makes sense, is the point. What were we working on? Oh, right. Let me go ahead and get this fixed, just so it's not screaming at me anymore. After image generator. What's wrong? Said there's a parse error. There is no parse error. Hey, buddy. Vaccine. Can't emit non-existing signal. Huh? Right. Ew. I must have... There's gotta be something in here as the tool decorator. That's the only thing that makes sense for causing that. What in here would have tool? Well, actually, let's just check here. What has a signal? Ready, that can't be it. Or I should say, it shouldn't be it. Performance checker, what about you? You're just a timer. Okay. I don't have at tool for this scene. Enemy container. You do not have it. Non-existing signal chain. That's so weird. The issue is emit signal something. I would assume turn state. Do I have this? But and what about no signal emitting there, so the only thing that makes sense is enemy control. On child exiting. Has no children, so that's happening. That's strange. So in the past, when I've switched tabs here, the script editor has switched tabs. Or has switched what script is in view. Huh. 2D view is still working. Huh. I don't know. But I should probably just get to work on the feature, and other problems should shake out as I work on things. I haven't tried running my game, so maybe errors are gonna shake out right now. Well, I'm super happy with the off-screen indicator in terms of the appearance. Unfortunately, it's just pointing in the wrong place. And I suspect it has something to do with the offset of the camera. I suspect. Oop. That. This does not work, what I'm trying to do. That line is. I probably don't even need to normalize it, do I? And the way that shader works, it shouldn't need it normalized. Hmm? What? Oh, yeah. Index out of one. We count as that. If C count is less than or equal to 0, return. Index 1 is out of bounds. Huh? I beg your pardon? What? Oh. Oh, I'm just... That was dumb of me. Hold on. Okay, so safeguard it there. How does this process through on both ends of this? So we go in with 0, it goes up to 4. When it is 0, hold on, the I isn't used, remember that. Enemy IDX can go up to however much we have. We are at 0, it comes in. If enemy IDX greater than C count, reset it, which we're not, that's fine. Child, if it is an enemy base, go ahead and kick it. Then increment to the next enemy ID. Now when we get to the upper end, we are equal to the C count, which is out of range. Reset it to 0. And the only instance where that breaks is if C count is 0, which we've taken care of. Okay. That should be fair. Cool. You are saying I'm losing precision here. I'm assuming this is true for all 4 of these. Integer, that's fine. Okay, we'll do an explicit cast on these. left top, right bottom. That's been working the way I want it to. It's just a warning to get rid of. Alright. You don't like S. Player. Enemy monitor. Yeah, that's fine. Find interest. Not using it. Don't need it. Cool. All right. I subtracted the offset. Let's see if that just fixes the direction of the indicator, because if it does, I would love to move on. What? What? Okay, that's... No. Oh, please. Huh. All right. If. Okay. Camera. Talk to me. Offset. -50. That's fine. I should probably just get the global position of the camera and add on its offset. Oh, wait, that actually makes perfect sense, because the player node doesn't actually move around. It's the character that moves around, independent of it. I keep forgetting that. I did that on purpose, but because this contains 2D, like, there was a time where this was supposed to be a node, not a node 2D, and I keep trying to treat it as a node, not a node 2D. And the reason is, player is just meant to hold player data, not any physical entities. However, because it contains node 2Ds like a character, that this has to be a node 2D. All right. Even though I really get the feeling that it should be possible to make this a node, and then for rendering hierarchy, it should just go to the next parent. Like, if a node 2D doesn't have any node 2D inheriting parents, then you've got a problem. But as long as there's an ancestor at some point, I feel like it should just work. Oh well. Okay. So that part's fixed. I just need to rerun. But that's now twice on this feature that I've made that mistake. Okay. Is it closer? So where is this pointing? Well, it's definitely pointing to the player. Or... Nah, it's pointing to the center of the screen. That's fine. Position on. Okay, so at the vertical, it's in the correct position. Is it in the correct position at the horizontal? B. So one potential issue is I'm having it point to where the collision is. I'm not having it point to the sprite. There is one. Okay, so it's getting forced to the sides faster than it should. Okay. Player. Direction. Yeah, that's fine. Ah. Ha 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 ha. So this is going to the corner, which is not what I need it to do. This seems to be going a bit inside of the thing. Yeah. So I need to somehow modify direction based on relative scaling. Can I... Is it kosher to just modify the X portion of the direction? That legit. Maybe. Be here. Okay. Go ahead and replace the... That doesn't seem right. That seems exceptionally wrong. Like, I've changed the ratio, so why is that not all updated? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay. Wait a second. Oh, that's... Oh, that's the resource for the shader material, not the shader. Never mind, that is correct. Huh. Why would this not have changed any? Let's get extra simple. That did a thing. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Okay, so the pixel size in the X direction is smaller than the pixel size in the Y direction. So Y over X should give me something around 2. So, test it. Oh. That seems right to me. If I plug in a 2 there, that's what I expect. But if I plug that in, nothing happens. How does that make sense? What? That normalizes that. That makes no sense. Oh, hold on. What if it's 1? If it's 1, I would get that result here. That's what's happening. Why is that 1? Because I'm not right. Huh? Hey chat, does this make any sense to you? How can that ratio be 1? Like, this should be changing color. That's moderately interesting. The size of the rectangle, though, reads as if it's a constant. Yeah, that's what doesn't make any sense. Like, this is supposed to be reading in texture. Hold on. Oh no. Is it because this is a rectangle? Like, do color rectangles work weird? Just hear me out. What if color rectangles are internally a shader? Like, it's not actually generating a, quote, texture. I think that might be it. Yeah. Which means any calculations I do with texture pixel size are garbage. Yeah, the texture pixel size is Godot's representation of the pixel size on the texture, not what it shows. I'm aware of that. I was hoping that in the case of color rectangles, that this size had some impact on it. But it clearly does not. Okay. I can work with this. I can work with this. Son of a gun! So instead of using this, where does that get set? Oh, that's fine. Let's. I know what to do now. I know what to do. So wouldn't that mean that sizing the rectangle adds pixels, but the size of the pixels remain? So if it added pixels to a texture, then no. Because remember that this is the scaling as if though the texture had a domain and range going from 0 to 1, 0 to 1. Which, if you haven't used a lot of shader stuff, the thing I just said sounds insane. Let me show you an illustration. Because I realized what I just said makes no sense if you haven't worked with shaders before. Okay, so I have some texture. Let's just use an actual rectangle. Okay. And this has some number of pixels. I'm going to call nx. And some number of pixels in this direction, which I will call ny. Okay. So now, let me just fix this. Whoa, that is way too big. Woo! That's fun. Yeah, that's good enough. So my texture pixel size dot x is going to be let me go ahead and just so dot x is going to be literally 1 over nx. That's how it's calculated. And this is just 1 over ny. So if the texture itself is actually changing size, then this updates. And I can prove that real quick. Let me change this guy. Not actually using him. Let's just so I make sure this is all apples to apples. Copy that value. Change type. Let's use a texture rectangle. This way I can actually prove what's going on. Right now it doesn't have a texture, so let me give it a texture. We're going to use gradient texture 1D. Nope, I need gradient texture 2D. Yep. So, get rid of that. Okay. So now this should be modifying stuff, right? And it's not. However, if I change, so I'm not going to move this box at all. I'm just going to change what the internal texture dimensions are. And you'll notice it updates the way I expected. So the issue is color rectangles, the internal texture is probably just a 1x1. Like it's probably a single pixel that is totally controlled by, like it's a single pixel stretched to whatever shape or size you've specified. And the actual display is just a shader. And so when I provide this shader, it's overwriting that shader, but I still only have 1 pixel, I think is what's happening here. So, this is easy enough to fix. So instead of using this, I need to feed in screen resolution. And I think that probably fixes everything. But I want to make sure I'm comparing apples to apples here. So Actually, if that's only used in one spot, that's awesome. Hold on. Hold up. I don't want that considered just yet. What was this supposed to be? Oh. So let's take UV, point, screen resolution. Pretty sure this is wrong. Pretty sure this should be this. Why isn't that doing anything? Okay, well that did something. Maybe the change is just way more minor than I think. Okay, I'm gonna trust that for now. Shouldn't the screen resolution be also constant? What if you resize the application? Like, what if you decide you want to either, one, change the resolution in the game, or you just literally take the window and resize it? My game has to be able to handle that. So, where to handle that? I could have it update every frame. But that is ugly. Could I? Ooh. Can I just have a listener on this? Ooh, 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 ooh. Permitted when the boundaries, position, or size have changed. fancy. I love it when there's a pre-built signal to handle exactly what I need. Is there anything more appropriate? What about resize? What did that do? Emitted when the control changes size. Emitted when the rectangle boundaries have changed. Action. Place that may have impacted these boundaries. I think the most relevant one is resized. Yes, because I'm using anchors to position and size this, which is a control thing that is not a canvas item thing. So, ooh. Whoa, that's interesting. What? Huh. What? Oh, well, you're working now. What was the issue? On overlay resize. Oh. Okay. Sorry, my brain just left my body. What am I trying to do? Right. Trying to make sure this can resize properly. Set shader parameter, screen resolution. I think that's it. Cool. But does it actually work? It's kind of a big question, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so the first time through, we can't hit this. Does that make sense? Parameters are set before ready. So this is being called before ready. It's being called on the init. Yes, that's fine. The children don't exist yet. Oh, did I get it right? Yeah, did I get it right? I think I might have gotten it right. Oh my goodness. Okay, it works on the horizontal. That looks right to me. Ah! Chat! It's working! It's working! Let me remove bees until I have just one left. Yeah, so when the bee is on screen, it's not going to look right. Which is fine, since the indicator needs to disappear when it's on screen anyway. So a little to the left of the shadow. Okay. Right to me. Good to me. I wonder, should I make it point to the sprite instead? Hey chat, what do you think? Also, hi there, Comp. How's it going? Should this point to where the enemy physically is, or should it point to the sprite? Because, like, the collision is down on the ground. Similarly, so, like, look at the player character down here. Like, the character is visually in these bounds, but the actual collision is just the blue circle. And, like, the projectile, the stinger, notice the blue circle is under where the visual stinger is, because I'm creating an illusion of 3D. So the question is, should the red point to the collision for the bee, which is down here, or should it point to the sprite, which is up here? What is the red? So the red is, let's say you're over here fighting enemies and there's no one left on the screen. So you need some indication of where the last remaining enemy is. So this pops up to say, hey, there's enemies over this way. You should go fight in this direction. So, should it point to the sprite or the collision? Because in my head, I can see arguments for either. Pointing from the sprite. Even though that's not where the enemy physically is, like, it might be hard to miss right now. I mean, in either case, you're going to be going in the right direction. Like, that's not even up for debate. Like, the two things are close enough that if you follow the red indicator, you will end up at an enemy. Like, that's clear. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't love how it's not pointing at the image. What were they again? So the choices are either have this red thing point toward where the collision is, which I'm not actually displaying collision right now for the bee, but it's on the ground under the bee. Or do I have it point to where the bee is in the air? Where the bee is in the air. Okay. Yeah, I mean, functionally, they're very, very similar. And so the real question just becomes, as a player, which one would you give more side-eye? Like, if the red line, let's pretend it's just a red line. If it goes directly to where the sprite is, as opposed to the thing that's going to hit you, right? So, like, for a big, giant enemy, a great example is the slime golem in my game. Slime golem is a great example. There we go. So, like, for this guy, he appears all around here. That's where he is visually. However, the thing that will actually hit you is only down here. So, like, if you walk behind him, your feet can be behind him and you don't get hit. By that same token, you can be standing directly in front of him, and, like, your head is overlapping with his head and you're not getting hit. So the player has no idea about the collision shape. So I think it would be weird to point to things they don't see. Like, if they need to hit the enemy, I would point here rather than the enemy's... Oh yeah, I'm not saying point to the projectiles. That's not part of this. So there is also collision damage in addition to the projectiles. The bee is an exception, but, like, this indicator is going to be for all enemies. So it's like, where should it? And it's worth noting, for this enemy, the sprite is located down here, so the line is going to be pointing to this spot on the enemy, not to the center of the sprite. Actually, that's... Hold, please. Where is sprite? Sprite is there. So for this one, it makes sense that be on the ground, but for the bee, it's floating. This is why it's weird to me. This is the question you just asked is exactly why this isn't an obvious answer for me. Because while yes, the bee looks like it's here, it's actually down here. Like, this is the thing that can run into you, and this is the thing that your projectiles are going to collide with. Or your sword slashes, or whatever, right? That I feel is going to be an issue. Yeah, see why it's weird? So hold on. So, like, look at what's happening when I actually play. So visually, it looks right. And I think this might be the answer to the sprite versus location question. Notice when the projectile goes out where it collides, it looks like it's hitting the bee. I need to probably get rid of all of that collision display, but the point stands. It looks like it's going to the bee, not like it's going to the point on the ground. Because the same way the bee has this offset, the projectile also has an offset. Like, Mana Spark has a fixed height that it spawns at, or I shouldn't say a fixed height, it has a height it spawns at for the novice character. And so every character is going to have some visible height. Yeah, and like I was saying, just I think you've hit the same point where I just hit, where yes, because visually that's where the collisions happen. Even though the real collision is elsewhere, it should point to the sprite. Yes, yes, yes. We have our answer. Thank you, chat. To the viewer player, they hit the bee by aiming at the bee. If, like, they don't know what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of weird, though, because, keep in mind, when you're avoiding enemies in terms of running into them, the thing to look at to know where to avoid is not the character's sprite, it's the shadows, which intuitively makes sense. Like, when I look at this guy, I know, like, after some moving around in the world, like, there's going to be trees and terrain and stuff that you can move around and move behind. I just stay as far away as possible. I mean, fair. Fair. But, like, for terrain, this same thing is true. So you'll just moving around a level, you're going to learn, oh, I'm physically in a 3D world, so I can actually move behind things without getting hit. So if there's, like, you know, 500 enemies on screen and I need to be dodging very close to enemies, I know the thing to look at is shadows rather than the like sprite itself. Oh, the pinks, ignore the pink square. Ignore the pink square. That's a separate thing. Pretend the pink square does not exist. The pink square is a sprite visible notifier. That just tells me, is this thing visible on the screen? That's all it tells me. Now, the thing that hits you is the blue circle. And, like, I'll hide this for now. The problem with hiding this is if I now load the game up, this thing no longer functions. You like my print statements? Yay, yay, yay! So anytime you've killed the last enemy on screen, this is what prints out, because at some point I need to have, like, level finished, hooray celebration stuff. And so this is a placeholder for that right now. But go back to player. And thank you, chat, for helping me reason through that. Because that completely and totally answers what we should do. I don't love the fact that this isn't updating anymore. Ah! Up. Also. Whoops, whoops, whoops. You... That... Save. Play world. Ready. I only want 2B. And the next thing to do is make the indicator disappear when the enemy is on screen. Yeah, that feels better. And it's working perfectly. Like, I did not expect this to work so nicely. Woo! Cool. I am way happier with this than I should be. All right. Whoop. This should be not working. Yes, yes, yes. If I try to just handle this with modulate, how does that end up looking? Ooh. Ooh, I can't. Whoops. Okay, so this all needs to be passed into here. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Uh-oh. I felt that coming. Yeah, anytime you move animation players to another scene, you risk it going. Come on, you can do it. Hold on. That's the file I missed last time. We're good. Alright. Okay, that's garbage. Get rid of it. There. Alright. How do I want to get these over there? I'm just going to recreate them. Ooh, here's a question. I've never tried this. Hello there, Duke Smile. How's it going? I've never tried the thing I'm about to try, so we will see what happens. Oh, it worked. Now I just need to remember the syntax for this. Ah! Hold on. Oh, right. That doesn't have that property, so that can't work. Whoops. Grab... ability. Actually, because I'm setting color with a shader, I don't think this will do anything even if I wanted it to. But if it does work, this is a much easier thing to do. Pretty. Yeah, no. Ah! Just trying to animate this to make it disappear and reappear. But because I'm using a shader, this modulate does absolutely nothing. Unless it goes to 0 for some reason, which honestly makes no sense. I think Godot probably has a hard-coded logic that says, hey, if this is 0, just don't display it. Like, I think it's literally the same as if you uncheck visible. You're using a shader on a control element? Yes, I am. Specifically a color rectangle. Because this is an overlay that covers up the screen and shows you information. And so it needs to be able to resize to the screen. And controls do that. Alright, so if I'm going to handle that, I just need to handle it with the color here. Okay, reset track. Whoa. Awesome. The only thing I don't like about this is now the color, I have to change in multiple places if I ever decide to change the indicator color. So we're not doing that. Nope, 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 nope. We are instead edge source. F4. 4. Modulate. Okay. Then modify by modulate, and woo! He works! Okay. Animate, right. Gorgeous. How was I doing this over here, though? Modulate and... Oh. Ha! Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work at all. Though I can use the timings. Timings are valid for this. Copy track. Oop. Copy. See main. Start. Stop. Yeah. Essentially, I need 2 modulates for this. Which is fine. Two seconds. 0.5. I'm very happy that I can copy and paste this across scenes, though. That would have been an absolute pain. Grab that. Plop it there. And done. Should probably be clamped. Okay. Aim. You are gonna function a little differently. So hold up. Good. No. Oh, right. One. Yep. Good. That. Ew. Hold on. One, two. Eight. That. And. Whoop. Nice. Ah. That. Yeah. Good. Those are now correct. Now the question is, what am I doing here? Ah! Guess first things first. Let's set these all white. And I liked the motion of this one. So lower on here correlates to higher on the other. The -5 is where my 100% are. Let's call the -10 the 50% for now. Oh, this might not be doing what I want. I'll have to look at it. Okay, and then this, we'll put it 80%. There. Oh, that was wrong. What do you think, chat? Look good, look bad, what? As far as indicating, hey, there's a monster over here, you should go fight in this direction. Suppose without having something underneath it, I can't really tell what the color is. Oh, kind of lying to me right now. It seems to be working. All right. Then, whenever I want it to disappear, whoop, I want it to reappear, whoop. One thing I'm not loving, that problem. What is happening there? Do you see these like missing pixels? I've seen that actually show up in the game, and I need to figure out how to fix those. They seem to only happen where the calculations have a 1 here. And what would make a ton of sense is if I'm getting 0 divided by 0. So, where am I getting 0 divided by 0? If anywhere. There's not a 0 divided by 0. I don't know what to do. So this is not going to be part of the edge source. That's fine. This is part of the line source. Angle difference is the direction dotted with UV. So this is when they are in the same direction. But that won't give me a 0. Yeah, when you're dotting two things together that are in the same direction, you just end up with the magnitude. So this is going to be like 5 times 4 divided by 5 divided by 4. This should be a 1. Or arc cosine of 1. Oh. Oh ho. Hello there, Andy. How's it going? Go. And I did all this math like a week ago. I don't remember what happened. I felt like a pro for programming in scratch.mit.edu. No, fair. Just to, something you'll enjoy if you're using scratch.mit. I have Scratch as well! I made this scene specifically for the same purpose as Scratch in other environments. Alright. So, is it possible for the glow angle to be 0? First off, where am I getting that? Oh, wait. No. That's not the 0 that I need to look for. Made a tower defense game with cats? Nice. Is it just like things moving on a table and the cats like paw them off the table? Because that's amazing. The strongest tower must be an orange cat. Must be. Where am I getting 0? So the UV on this line is what? Going to I think I'm losing my brain. There's 7 cats that don't look like cats? Sir. There are 2 towers. You have to defend the friendly one and destroy the enemy one. Oh, that's not a tower defense game, sir. I don't remember what they're called. Like a tower defense game is like this. The tower defense gender? I'm not familiar with that gender. That must be a new one. Game genre where two sides have a tower, a castle they must defend and send troops at each other. What is that called? AI, help me out here. Castle siege or castle defense. I have heard those terms. I have definitely heard those terms. Been a long time. Like the same, it is not. If you tell people your game is a tower defense, they're going to expect that they place towers on a map. Castle, tower, men. I promise you. If you say tower defense, people have an expectation. If you say castle siege or castle defense, I think people will either not know what it means. Well, that should be obvious. They either will or won't know what it means. Dum-dum, what are you trying to say here? They either will already know what a castle siege or castle defense game is, or they'll go look it up. And of course, Armor Games puts this in their top 10 tower defense games. Son of a gun! Dang it! Yeah, let me just pop that into a browser off screen real quick. Number of times that I have nearly gotten myself banned off of Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble all at once. Okay. This will not get me instantaneously banned. But guys, if stream ends abruptly, you'll know why. Because Andy sent us something he shouldn't have. Ooh. Music, nice. This is adorable. This is absolutely adorable. This in my tower? I don't understand. Hello. What is this thing in the bottom left? It's not clear to me what this is. I'm guessing that that's something to do with the rate I generate points. It also is clearly changing the maximum here. You earn more money. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, what is this? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. It's cute. I would say, and you're probably already doing this, but converting everything to vector graphics is probably a good call for your art style. So now the game just dies, I don't get to play again? Ah. Oh my. That's a little intense. Whoa, no. I'm gonna intentionally let myself take damage here, because their units are super weak right now. And we're gonna summon this big cat because apparently he's just god tier. Uh-huh. More generation, please. Oh, sir. What happened to Big Cat? No! Big Cat, come back! Uh-oh. I think I'm in trouble. Okay, Big Cat. Do some work. Save me. Boop. Get the magic cat. Whatever it is. Boom! Good. Need to defeat the hat enemy. Oh, I figure. I think I just cheated. No, I did not. One small bug. This indicator did not go away fast enough. But very, very cool. Wait. Are they like... Is he respawning the hat guy? Like, what's going on there? Because, like, I've got max out level here. And there seems to be little I can do to make progress at this point. That guy is not respawning. So what's happening? Why is he moving back? Teleporting. Alright. Like I said, it feels like I'm not able to make any progress right now. Choose the extreme difficulty. Right. Have you ever won on... Like, has anyone ever beaten extreme before? Like, is it actually possible to win this difficulty? He's like, a basic enemy over here just one-shot my big guy. Someone has beaten that. You say so, my dude. I don't know if I believe it. At least not for this build that's deployed. Okay, hold on, hold on. Well, I found another bug! How did I do that? So, if I move it up, let go, and then move it back down, or, like, if I'm clicking... How did I do that? That was weird. Yeah, it did it again. Huh. But I would definitely say, one, converting everything to vector graphics is a good call. Since you're already seem to be using vector graphics for things like... Wait, hold on. Did that just move on its own? Like, I'm not pressing anything. My hands are off the mouse and keyboard. Oh, so it just goes without you clicking anything. I don't like that. Survivor mode? What does that mean? See how long you survive? Oh, I see. Yeah, the infinite HP there. Yeah, but I would say the startup where it forces you to start. I don't care for that. If I just sit here and haven't pressed anything, does it still force me? Yes. Okay, so it's just on timer. Got it, got it, got it. I think you might have overtuned this guy. Is he one-shotting my guys? Seems like. Or is it like every time one of my guys dies, he teleports? Yeah, no. I call shenanigans on this one. The Gravelodon, the big guy, that much health? Right, but I can't rely on him because the respawn is so low. And this guy, it seems like he's doing AoE attacks. So, like, all of my units are worthless except for the big one you mentioned. But he respawns so slowly that yeah, like right there, he just one-shot my entire wave. So like, what's the point of any of my units other than this big guy? The defense? Again, they can't do anything. Like, they do literally nothing. Because he just comes in, does one attack, and everything is dead. Yeah. But so all of the units move at about the same speed, and his AoE is enough to take out absolutely everything. Like, you're telling me to try and use some strategy. The game mechanics aren't allowing for that kind of strategy, is what I'm saying. Like, there's just nothing I could do there. And I don't have any sort of feedback to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Like, what am I supposed to be gaining or understanding from what I'm seeing in order to improve as a player? Like, let's trust that someone has beaten this level. You haven't seen the other boss besides that one? Doesn't matter. High difficulty like this is where flaws in a game system become more apparent. Try this with just about any game. Play any game you've played on the highest difficulty, and the cracks will show. One of my favorite examples is God of War Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok on the standard difficulty is an amazing game. On the hardest difficulty, give me God of War, the seams start to show. I shouldn't even say start to. The seams really show. For example, the fact that difficulty drives animation speed, which results in indicators for attacks from bosses, so like telegraphs, happening after the attack is already happening. That's a game design flaw. Keep in mind, I adore God of War Ragnarok. That is a flaw, however. I'll give you a chance to balance it out. Dude, I know that I know almost nothing about balancing. And the thing I'm bringing up here is not a balance issue. Like, if it were just a balance issue, I could say, okay, if you turn the numbers down, it'll be fixed. What I'm pointing out is, I, as the player, how much health do you want to give him? Again, I'm not saying that. I, as a player, don't have any indication of what I'm doing right or wrong. This fight seems to be an all or nothing. And it seems to be an all me losing. And I don't have any sort of incremental signs of progress. Does that make sense? Like, between my first attempt and my second attempt, did I do better? Did I do worse? And how would I know if I did better? One thing that might help is displaying health bars. Showing me health bars and maybe having damage numbers pop up might help. Because at least then I'd have some sort of indication of, oh, this unit is dying to this thing. This unit is doing a lot of damage to this other thing. I need something. Because right now it's big bad guy walks over, all my units disappear. I summon a new wave. Big bad guy walks over, all my units disappear. Like, let's go with even hard. Like, again, what's my indicator of what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong? So first off, you telling me the names of things is completely pointless in your game. Because you don't have names displayed here. And like, so one thing that I don't have any understanding of is this basic unit here for 50. Is it doing anything worthwhile? Is it a waste of my time to spawn those? I don't know. That's what I'm getting at. The player needs more indications of what works. It improves the amount that you're earning by 20%. Sure. Dude, I understand that, like, that shows some improvement, but, like, I have no indication of the relative strength of these units. And because of how this is displayed to me, I don't even have a really good indication from watching them fight if they're effective. And so, like, right now, the only thing I can be doing is instantly spawn everything as I'm able to. Like, I have no, there's also the fact that mechanically I have no way of sending a larger wave of enemies. Like, I couldn't theoretically save up money. Also, did that just reset, or is it not displaying the 10,000? Like, did that roll over? But, and I'm not saying this to try and discourage you. I'm saying there just needs to be more communication to the player. And do I know how to do that? No. For this type of game, I have no idea how that's communicated to the player properly. I just know me as a player, right now I feel a bit helpless. I think I'm gonna do it problem is how. Oh, and that is the problem with anything you want to fix in any game. One thing I'll point out is the respawn on this guy seems way too long. Like, if this guy is supposed to be your clutch unit and you can't really make progress without him at the higher difficulties, this higher, like, my increased resources are totally useless to me right now. Like, I think probably level 6 is where I would no longer need to level up. Because I'm stuck at max and I have no way to spend all these resources. So leveling up past about 5 seems useless. And one thing I'm gonna mention directly is health bar on the bosses. Like, regardless of anything else for telling the player what's going on, I need a health bar on the bosses. Have to. Because like I said, I have no idea what's actually good. And like, the boss without a health bar is just sort of a wall that I don't know if I'm making progress. Let's see. Health indicator is fine on the tower. One way. Trying to think. Okay, so I'm maxed out. Now is where I would want to save for the big guy. And what I would say is, one thing to just test is, and you could make a test or debug level that just does this, start at max level for the player, and have all of the units instantaneously spawn. And what I would hope in that case is if you instantaneously spawn everything right when it's up, then I should not have my money increasing over time. Now, there's a few ways to accomplish that. One, you could increase the cost of stuff. Maybe this stuff is just too cheap. Two, the maximum recharge rate on my points. Maybe that's too high. I don't know. But some sort of balancing should be done. And though I am noticing, whatever you did to the recharge, it seems like it's affecting everything. Which is meaning, I feel like I'm not capping a money. Am I capping? No, it is going up. Okay. Yeah, because I'm about to be able to afford, like, 2 of these guys before he's recharged. Also, why is your boss ahead? I don't like it. Makes me uncomfortable. Sure. Yeah. Still, huge accomplishment deploying this. This is awesome, dude. And I would just say as a general note, not just to you, but to everyone, whenever you're adding anything to a game, whenever you're designing a system, whenever you're creating an enemy type, like any sort of visual, one part of your development of that feature, item, whatever, needs to be what information do you want the player to know about this thing, and how are you communicating it to the player? That is the most important aspect of anything in a game. What should the player know? And conversely, what should the player not know? Like maybe you specifically don't want a player to know how something works. And that's fine too. But always make sure it's a conscious decision what to and not to communicate to your players. But long story short, amazing, my dude. Amazing. Where did you get the assets for these towers? Because some of them look like they might be pre-made and you bought them from somewhere, and some look like you probably made them. Where are these from? Or did you do the bad thing? Did you use AI? Oh, Andy, tell me you didn't do the bad thing. Did you do the bad thing? Did you use AI to create any of your assets? Did you? Uh-oh. Worried. No, amazing. Okay, so where did your assets come from? Did you make everything, or? Level 4 right away. No. Still gonna lean on. Wait. Are these recharges different at. No, I'm just smoking something. Ignore me. Okay, so he can survive one hit from the big bad. 2 hits from the big... Nope, 1 hit from the big... Yeah. Survives 1 hit from the big bad. It almost feels like I should prioritize getting up to around level 6 for this difficulty. And... Oh. Actually, so for this style of game, I just remembered, in these types of games, normally you either have a recharge on your units or you have a price. You normally don't have both. I just remember that because I have played a lot of games like this back in the, you know, in the heyday of Flash games. It's very unusual to see a recharge and a cost. And I think that would be an instantaneous way to make it very clear what the value of this level is. And it would also let me as a player experiment with the unit. So, for instance, if these could be spawned just back to back to back, I could test out spawning a whole bunch of little cats. Right now, that's not really an option for me. Okay, so, and I have started to understand, let me play one more time. I just want to see what happens over here when I take a hit. So, first feature request I would have is health bar for the boss. Next, okay, so that does shake. However, it's probably worth noting I have some feelings about the fact that the AoE attack hits the tower while I have units there. Just realized that dogs ignore cat collision. Yeah, something seemed weird. It definitely feels like there's some disproportionate things happening. And so I guess learning how to play through trial and error, that's an option. And having played a couple more rounds, I will say that at least in a zoomed out view of the game mechanics and trying to analyze like what works and what doesn't, I am gaining some information. Fixed it. So what seemed to work the best so far was just like ignore everything and just level up quick. Like, spawn a couple enemies to get him to teleport away. Now Gravelon should clean better. Yeah, the teleport back, it's not clear to me what's happening. Yeah, I realize now I've given you so many different things, it's probably hard to follow on what should be worked on. I would say the big thing is health bar for the boss, so I know that I'm making progress. Also the fact that the way it is right now, even though I'm having somewhat of a comeback, the boss is able to attack my tower while ignoring my cats. Which feels wrong. Oh. But I think this has been enough of a detour. I'll do one more run. So is the issue just that I need to keep them off of my tower? Okay, so his behavior is also a bit weird. Dogs now take damage. Well, that's good. And I'm just kind of sunk at this stage. Let's go ahead and get Gravelon. Gravelodon. Boom! Okay. That was clearly more effective. Yeah, and one thing I've never really understood in this style of game is how to balance it so that once you have maxed out level down here, how do you not just instantly have the player win while also not making it feel like you can't make progress? That's one thing I've never fully understood. And so I'm going to be terrible at giving any sort of help there. So like now that I have Gravelodon out, this is feeling almost like a gimme. Now you've made more progress before? Oh, I agree. And like balance is something that I know I don't understand, and I'm going to have to hire someone to do that for my game. Like, I have spreadsheets for enemy stats and player stats and all that stuff, and I have no understanding of how to actually populate that data with anything reasonable. So I'm going to have to hire someone to handle that. That's probably going to be a big expense. But like now how it's balanced, I feel like I can't lose. But at the same time, if I were at risk of losing, how would it not be basically an instant loss? Like, at this point, my level's maxed out. What can I do right or wrong at this point? That's another thing to consider at different stages of the game. Like, think of this kind of like an RTS. What can the player do to fail at this point other than not click the buttons? Like, at this point, it feels like the only way to lose is just stop playing. It's probably not what you want. At the same time, if the balance was shifted in the other direction, so that I was in a losing point at this stage, what could I do to win? And one way to analyze this, I mentioned, and I know I said I was going to stop analyzing this game, but I'm having a lot of fun analyzing this. I hope that's okay. If you want me to stop, tell me. But I'm having a lot of fun breaking this game down and analyzing parts of it. So the level I mentioned where you can just have the enemies auto spawn, one feature I'd consider is have an auto spawn flag, so like a toggle on each of these, so that I can set them to automatically spawn when I have the money and or recharge. I think that might be useful. Not just for the player in terms of ease of use and like making it more strategy than just... Right now it feels almost like an extension of Cookie Clicker. I think that'll, by putting in a toggle for those, in addition to being able to just click, but also a toggle, I think it'll point out the flaws, or I shouldn't even call them flaws, but areas to improve a lot more directly. Because you'll also be able to set up more consistent setups. All that said, I would still argue that having recharge and cost doesn't make sense to me. Because you reach max level really quick, and then it's just Cookie Clicker at that point. That said, making that change, so like removing recharges or removing the costs and then having levels affect recharge, like that totally upends your game balance, and I recognize that. I realize I'm suggesting something that is a ton of work. Congregate Castle Seed game. If I can find an example of one of the ones I played back in the day, and we can see how they did it. And the main reason I'm doing this is we're kind of done with the feature I plan on working on today. I should say we're almost done. I have all day for that? Fair. If you got the time. Let's see. I think Congregate actually called these games tower defense games, which is not good. Dude, I haven't been to Congregate in over a decade. And based on this, I have no idea what types of games any of these are. That's not helpful. Okay, what is this? I don't want to save my progress. Get out of here. Is this the kind of game that we're talking about? Oh man! Armor Games! Woo! Blast from the past! New game. Sure. Select class. Wizard, obviously.
Never in your
Yep. Is this the same style of game? Oh my god, come on. Search? Nope, never mind.
Prepare yourself.
What do I do? Oh. Fair enough. Guard bow. No upgrades available. Garbage.
Attack!
Dude, I haven't played a tower defense game like this in so long. I shouldn't say a tower defense game like this. I haven't played an old Flash tower defense in so long. Continuous ways, sure. Ooh. Buddies. Player guide, unit limit, and what else? I'm still gonna go back to I want a health bar on the boss. And what might be cool is for Gravelodon also having a health bar, so it'll feel like he's your boss unit. That could be kind of neat. Yeah, but this is not the kind of game that I wanted to see. I am getting excited though to make this guy. Don't know how to implement HP bars. What do you mean? So first of all, what engine are you using? Like, I'm not familiar with Sketch MIT or Scratch MIT, whatnot. Oh. Oh. Ha 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 ha. I now understand more. Wow. I haven't seen a game made in something like this in a long time. The last game I played that was made in the language like this was Eidolon. Which is a fantastic game, by the way. It's made as an homage to MapleStory. And it's hard to call it an MMO, but it's almost an MMO. I wanted... Yeah, I'm not about to learn this whole engine, though. So a health bar is going to be 2 rectangles. Like, the most basic health bar is 2 rectangles. And one of them shrinks in proportion to the amount of... Or, like, one of them, its length is dictated by the percentage of health of the thing it's monitoring. So the same way... Error occurred. Ah! There you are. Here. I'll actually just explain it using assets from your game. So, these recharge bars... I don't want to dig into your code. I appreciate it, but I want to get back to work on my game. I'm just going to briefly explain. So, you know how you have these progress bars for recharge? Health bars are just the same thing, but, you know, in reverse. So you've got an enemy that has some amount of health. You hook up the health bar so that every time the health changes on that enemy, you update the visual, like the size of the inner bar, to be proportional to the percentage of health. So like I imagine these bars, there's some amount of recharge. You've got a numerator, you've got a denominator that's the amount of total recharge needed, and then the display is that value, or is based on that value. Unless you made these in a different way. If you made these using timers that tick up at different intervals, then that's not analogous. Yeah, I guess I don't know how you made these, but point is, bars like this should generally be representations of a percentage, or a fraction where 1 is the maximum. I hope that helps. Yeah, and there's no way I'm gonna sit down and like learn this language today. That's not happening. But if you're ever curious, just everyone out there, it's difficult to program in Scratch. It's not designed for advanced games. Fair. So if you want to see what visual coding is capable of, check out this game. Eidolon seems to push visual coding to its limits. It is made in... looks similar to Scratch. What was it called? Stencil. Yeah, so Stencil works very, very similarly. And I don't know nearly enough about them to try and compare them, so... I just know this game is really... Eidolon is really cool, and it's made with stencil. I should actually go back and play Eidolon at some point. The reason I have not gone back to it, though, is... so the way Eidolon works is you set your characters to go do things while you're not playing the game. And when you come back, all of the resources from the time you were gone drop on the floor. Well, I haven't touched the game in like 2 years. So there's going to be 2 years worth of resources dropping on the ground when I log in. And I don't know how to handle that. But very cool game. All right. So I need what? Plunk. Art. Something. Plunk. Stop. Do something. Also, oh poop! This is not the right scene. Start. Stop. It's the same? Yep. Programming languages like the one you're using are very difficult for you. I think it's just a matter of getting over that initial hurdle, which admittedly is a big hurdle of understanding what all of this means. And I haven't gone over my recommendation for how to learn programming in a long time. So let me go over that again. So you want to learn a new programming language, and let's say it's your first programming language. What do? Step 1, get a working environment where you can run Hello World. Hello World is a standard concept that applies to all programming languages, that is intended to be the most basic example of an application or script or whatever, in whatever language you're talking about, that can run. So in the case of something like C#, all it has is a main function. It has a print statement that prints out the text Hello World. When you run it, the console output says Hello World. That's all it does. In the case of Python, I think it's literally a single line that just says print Hello World, and that's it. And the idea is it shows you what the most basic setup is to be able to start writing in that language. Because every language has some kind of basic setup that you need in order to do anything. So, for example, in Godot, the most basic thing is a scene. There is nothing smaller than a scene. Like, this one has stuff in it that it really shouldn't, but we can ignore that for now. You know what? I'm not actually using any of this, so... Actually, let's just nuke all of that. So I have a script here, but you can ignore the script. The most basic thing in Godot is a scene that has some sort of node here. And that's where you can start with Godot. Like I said with C#. Well, thank you. I appreciate the follow. I just want to briefly close that point out because it'll be very important for you, is find Hello World and start adding stuff from there. Like, in the case of something like C#, find Hello World, and then your next step might be something as simple as figure out how to print out a number. And start building with new Legos, essentially. Think of programming like Legos, and learning how to use new pieces. But, toodaloo, sir! Have a good one. And then just generally for everyone still here, that's how I recommend learning anything in programming. So find that basic thing that you can understand how it works. In the case of Godot, it's the scene. Like, I can run this scene just on its own. And I'll do that right now. Not much is happening, but it's a scene. And I might say, okay, well, I want to have a character, and we're just going to make our character a rectangle. Oop, there's our character. Okay, I have now learned how to place a character in my scene. Okay, there he is. But that's just a visual representation. Next, I want to learn how to... I mean, the next thing you'd probably want to learn is how to make things move. And so let's say you can't figure out how to do that on your own. Well, so how to make character move. Ah, there's documentation right here. 2D movement overview. Every beginner has been there. How do I move my character? And here you go. An article that explains how to set up movement. Now this actually breaks down how to set up key bindings and stuff, which yeah, I guess you do need key bindings if you're going to make a controllable character. But this isn't even, like, what I was talking about is just have a character that can move, not necessarily one that you are moving. And you'll notice they have an example of the code you would need to use for this. Yeah. One little tidbit I want to mention for you guys. I don't like move and slide. This is a complete and total aside from what I've been talking about. Move and slide is an inefficient bit of code. I don't like it. Instead, I recommend the function I made. Made base. Where are you? Move and collide and slip. I'm going to show this on screen in full for a second. So save this if you want a better version, what I think is a better version of move and slide, and use this to drive movement for I use it for enemies, but I think it'll work for just about anything. And it's not quite as accurate as move and slide. So move and slide, what it does is it says, okay, I have some amount of friction that you set up for material surfaces. I've got some amount of, like, it's got a whole bunch of physics stuff that I would say for a lot of games you don't care about. But it does very, very accurate movement in terms of using up all of your movement. What I created instead is a dumbed down version that instead of being move and slide, it is to move and collide. And what it does is first we set up a collision, or we do a move and collide. If no collision occurred, we're done. We used up all our movement. If a collision did occur, we rotate the angle of the movement so that we can continue moving perpendicular to the thing we collided with. Why does this work? Because the movements are very, very small. For anything high speed, this isn't really going to work for you. But for anything that's moving at a reasonable speed, like if you want something moving quickly across the screen, like going across the whole screen in under 1 second, this function probably doesn't work for you. For anything moving at a speed like what you've seen in my game, this is fantastic. So it rotates it, moves the rest of the motion in that direction until it collides with anything. After that collision, stop. Move and collide is very, very sticky. So the moment things touch, your movement stops. And that has some consequences for how multiple enemies on screen behave with each other. Or, you know, any sort of interaction. By doing this, what I'm calling move and collide and slip, you get a lot of what move and slide does. I would argue you get almost all of it. But you don't incur all of the physics calculation costs. And that's hugely advantageous if you need performance. So if you need highly performant movement that doesn't just have weird interactions. So like one thing I was having is my enemies were all grouping up in like next to each other. So like if I had a wall here and my character is over here and all the enemies are trying to get there, what I would expect to happen is they pile up around where the character is on this side of the wall. That was my expectation. But with move and collide, only using that, they were stacking up like this. Because the moment they collide, they stop moving. Well, once they're in contact with each other, unless their movement is perpendicular to where the surface is, or away from it, they can't move. And that's where I came up with move and collide and slip. Super duper useful function. And it's just collision, how much of the movement did not happen, what direction that collision is happening at, and or I should say, this is the angle it's happening at. Greater than... I don't think this actually does much of anything. I'm pretty sure the reason I have this here is so if for some reason I get a weird calculation where Oh no, I remember what this is for. So if the movement is almost directly into a surface, don't do any sliding. What I was having here without this is the enemies would like constantly circle each other at really high speed. Whereas by setting some angle, and I put 3 here just to be close to pi, by having some angle here, there's at least an angle where they stop moving. Move and slide achieves that by having friction. This achieves it by just setting an absolute angle. And you could make this, of course, whatever you want. But absolutely, absolutely, absolutely recommend, if you're doing top-down movement, steal this from me. Steal this code. It's fantastic. And it performs at like, I want to say it's like 5 times as performant as move and slide. Might be more than that. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I did performance testing on the movement. Like, this became efficient enough that I just didn't care to test anymore. Anyway. Anyway. Okay. Sounds fine. But you need to default to invisible. Okay. That is not the right script. And that just constantly plays. That works. Stop. Oh, right. Hold up. I divide by 0. I did not think. Let me make a note of that. I need to fix those missing pixels. And in case it's not clear what I'm talking about, there. That's what I'm talking about. Then I also need to handle start and stop. Okay. guess I need to test where it's coming first. Because I guess it could be a weird interaction with the point source. Okay, I've gotten rid of points. And let's get rid of edge. Okay. Can confirm. It is specifically the line source. The only thing that makes sense is I'm getting a 0 divided by 0, and the numerator is having a rounding error that's making it less than the denominator. Right? Only place that makes sense is the glow angle is a constant, right? Hold on. Let me remind myself what glow angle is. Yeah. Glow angle is the amount of deviation away from this point. The glow angle is not the thing I care about. This is probably going to negative infinity, or this is probably going to infinity. Doesn't make much sense. So I'll bet that this is going over 360. Nope. That's not it. Huh. That's strange. Huh. How does that make sense? My thinking was that this was going to like 360 degrees or 2 pi. That's not what's happening at that point. So we're trying to get difference, angular difference between shifted UV and direction. I guess first off, that's not right. Oh, I think that's my missing pixels. Oh. And what is my maximum angle? Pi over 2. Yes. Okay. So instead of doing that, oh, I forget how to do ternary operators. I always forget ternary in this language. And again, I forget ternary in most languages. Because no language does it the same way. GLSL ternary. Addition question, yeah. This is the one I'm most used to. I actually expected that one to work. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, not right. Oh. That is interesting, though. Could it be negative? I guess without seeing the alpha, or since alpha is 0 there, that's not gonna help me. Really hard to tell. Those pixels are there. And they are specifically slightly more blue. That doesn't really add up to me. So let's see. Okay. Try this. If that greater than 1, line alpha equal to 1. Okay, that gives me some information. What the heck is happening along the line? Could it be this? Where does a tangent nowhere? Right? Oh no, it breaks it pi over 2. Oh no, this is a graph of tangent. Of course it is. Um. As x approaches infinity, what should arctangent go to? So, as it approaches infinity, y, like, the y component of our vector is increasing. Yes? Opposite, adjacent. Yes, y over x goes to infinity. And where does that happen in our coordinate system? That happens at I. No. Chad, I think I've lost my brain. Nope. Just normalizing. That's... all of this is kosher. Okay. That is slightly transparent, it looks like. Let me add you. Just so I can see clearly what's going on. Good. Okay. Force angle is a constant. It's slightly bigger than 1. Okay. Okay, direction X. Yeah. Direction X is some small number. Y, some number close to 1. Still nothing useful there. Max of those, relevant. Partial magnet, also irrelevant of UV. Until I find something with UV, that's not helpful. See any problems? Let me hold on. Let me that actually makes it super apparent what's like where it is. Okay, let me move this. I have the corner right on where I should see some stuff happening. Gorgeous. Yeah, and the fact that this is not just a pixel, super weird. Hey there, D20. How's it going? So, something is going to 0 here. But what? A better way to visualize this. What if I just do... Ooh. Okay. Okay. This is something. I don't know what yet, but it's something. Now, question. Is this happening because glow angle is going to 0, or because angle difference is going to infinity somehow? Or some very, very large number in comparison? So, glow angle is an input. The constant, that can't be causing the issue. So, angle difference is getting big. Or, yeah, angle difference is getting big randomly for some reason. Floating point errors, floating point rounding errors in a quiz. Is this a thing that's known by mathematicians? Because input values near plus or minus 1 can slightly exceed the valid mathematical domain. Previous calculations. Causing NaN errors, or because IEEE binary representation cannot perfectly represent all decimal values, results in output discrepancies between different compilers. How do I fix that? I feel like that should have done something. Well, that did something. What is the priority of operations division versus ternary? Ternary is the last thing. So ternary is just a decorator or like it's syntactical flair for if blah blah blah, then blah blah blah. Else blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's all it means. And when it compiles, it actually turns into this. So okay. So I'm getting exactly float. Nope. Float, make cosine input. This. And what is the maximum? The maximum should be 1. What if I just set that? Is it fixed? That. That. I win! Now, do I have any other pesky spots like that elsewhere? Doesn't look like. Okay. I'm pretty okay with that. What's next? What's next? Start and stop. So one thing that I'm not super stoked about is that my starting point here fixed. So the issue here is if the player goes forward and away from an enemy quickly, then it's gonna strobe. Like it's gonna just flash from fully visible to invisible and back and forth. And that's not good. So how do I tell this? Whatever your starting point is like the current alpha. I don't know. Can I do that? No. And the thing I'm wanting to do isn't possible because all of these animations get baked, meaning the values at individual points are pre-computed. So what are my ways of handling this? First way is I make sure to always let the animations finish. Which, if I do that, then you're still going to get a strobing effect, it's just not going to be as obnoxious. What am I trying to achieve and why in shaders? Right now, I'm not in shaders. What I'm trying to achieve is if I'm in the middle of an animation, like let's say I'm here, and the player moves so that the enemy is now on screen, so I don't need the off-screen indicator anymore. I want stop to I don't want stop to play like from here. I think I just answered my question. Because what'll happen is, like, notice the natural thing from this point would be to just start playing in reverse. Ooh. Could I actually do that? Hold on. Hold on. There's an interesting idea. What if, instead of using two animations, I just play this one in reverse? Is that legal? No. I've never thought about that or tried that. What does that do? Hold up. Huh. Method is shorthand for play with custom speed stat from in. Huh. Actually, I think the proper way to handle this would be with tweens, but I don't really understand those. Maybe it's time to learn what a tween is. Okay, tweens are most useful for animations requiring a numerical property to be interpolated over value. In tween comes from in between. Animation technique where you specify keyframes and the computer interpolates the frames that between them. In between, then, is called tweening. More suited when you don't know the final values in advance. But what if I don't know the starting value in advance? Oh. I need to BRB, so give me a couple minutes and I will be back. Oop. Where are you? There you are. Be right back, guys. Hello, chat. Sorry about that. Also noticed, apparently, I got enough of a sunburn the other day for my skin to peel. But my skin did not turn red at all. So I don't understand. Like, I didn't even get a little bit of pink from the sunburn. But apparently it was enough for skin to peel? I don't understand what's happening. And before anyone asks, no, I did not get a tan from it, because I do not tan. Dum-dum reds in the sun, not tan. Vitamin D, B12? Well, yes, but... like, why wouldn't my skin have changed color at all if it was enough to cause skin to peel? Like, what? Anyway. Body is weird. That's all I can say about that. Alright. So... here's something I should test. Start stop player. If I'm here, and I set the speed scale to -2, what happens? Ooh. Ooh. Suggesting the sun could contribute, but not be the actual sunburn? Oh, so you're thinking that I, like, got some vitamins and my body's just like, oh, well, let's get rid of this skin because we got better stuff now. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Probably B12 deficiency? I don't know. I know I take a vitamin D supplement. I'll have to check if I've also got a B supplement. Don't know much about skin. I know more than most, but that also means that I know enough to know that I know very little. Like, what's that called? The Dunning-Kruger effect? Is that what that is? Cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or competence in a domain greatly overestimate their own abilities. It's something related to this. You know, I know enough to know that I'm never going to know a lot. All right, so everyone's referencing Dunning-Kruger. It's a very relevant phenomenon to discuss in most topics. All right. How do I want to... So this happens in a half second. This happens in 60% of that. I could scale this by negative 1.7. I think I've got a really cool idea for how to handle this, guys. I think I've got an awesome idea. So, scripts. And we're not going to have a stop animation. Oh, not reset. We're going to call this one main. I'm pretty happy about that. Okay. Play. Permanent option only affects when switching to a new animation track, or if the same track but at the start or end. Not affect resuming playback is paused in the middle of an animation. Pauses the current animation. So I'm trying to avoid having an if statement here. I could do if it's currently playing, then just reverse the speed. If it is not currently playing, play from the required direction. But I'd like to just say start playing at the current spot. How do I do that? And blend. Yeah, let's just do the if. Not later, player. If is playing something else, other. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Is playing isn't quite what I want. Think. Pauses the conversation. Animation is active if it was played by calling play and was not finished yet, or was stopped by calling stop. Well, what about pause? What if I stop it with pause? The current animation position will calling play without arguments will resume the animation. Okay. So, paused versus stop. I think your music goes through voice noise canceling pipeline. Probably. noise canceling. But here is all the filters on desktop audio, in case you're curious. If you know something in here that I should do differently, let me know. Because I know almost nothing about this stuff. If I had to guess, the thing to change would probably be, what, the threshold? I'd probably want to lower it. Compressor messes up the music. Sure. Thought compressor is the thing that prevents it from being too loud. Yeah, like if it's over minus 20 decibels, then I shift it. Why do I apply it here instead of to the mic? Well, I also apply filters to the mic. I just apply different filters to the mic. It's to make sure... Oh, it bit the crud out of my tongue. Ah. It's to make sure that if something really loud plays on the computer, it doesn't blow out your earphones. Filters on desktop audio means messed up music? That cannot be inherently true. Will it change them? Absolutely. Like, if you can tell me how to achieve that without having what you're calling messed up audio, you let me know. I'm assuming the correct thing to do would be this. I think that's the correct setting. But I really don't know enough. And I got these settings from, like, a person who allegedly knows what they're doing. So, if you know better, you let me know. Otherwise, I'm very scared to touch it. I could try dropping this. You know about audio, but not configuring compressor over chat on streaming? Fair. Totally fair. Well, I'll switch that for now, and you let me know if it fixes the weird audio. So, if is playing, then It is currently playing. That. If it is not playing. Actually, I want this to happen either way, don't I? I think that'll just work. Shrug. Fair. Yeah, audio filters are like a whole thing that I am not ready to learn and may never be ready to learn. All right. Next. Yeah, I'm fine having that alias. Okay, stop. What is this guy doing? Probably should move. Yeah. You guys go away. Heart. Okay. Next. Actually, I think we might. Cross your fingers, we might be done. So I probably got something wrong and we'll have to fix it. That's okay. I accidentally killed all the enemies. Whoops. Dude, that's working pretty awesome. Hey! Dude! Oh. Did not mean to do that. Whoops. But, hey. And I'm thinking. Slow that down a bit. Still want it faster than the forward direction, but I also want to double check the animation of the indicator. The effect might not be pronounced enough. Yeah, let's get a bit more pronounced. Stop. Doop-doop. Okay. How do... One, I can make that bigger that way. One thing I'm not really getting is the, like, bubbling out at the edge that I wanted. Which kind of makes sense. Maybe that's all I really want. So one way I could get that look, though it's going to be not obvious what's happening from out here. I could use the edge alpha to modify the line alpha. Part of the issue is I have two effects that are limiting the width. So, how do I use that? So where I have maximum edge alpha, I want to reduce my line alpha. Or my effect of line alpha. That's times 1 minus edge. That did something. That definitely did something. Get the effect I want. I think I just need to increase the upper bounds on line power. Let it go up to like 30? Chat! That's it! It's kind of sort of working! Doing quite what I want. But it's kinda sorta there. Let's see how I feel about it in-game. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I'll hate it. Let's find out. Nope. Old way was better. Whoop. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I get back to where I was. That's not. Oh no. What? Oh, right. That is right. I just haven't reverted the code yet. Go up that to 0.21. That's probably sufficient. Draw all the pixel art. I draw almost nothing. So for my tile sets, I have purchased them from hold on. Let me find the person. Sets name. Where are you? Oop. Not this one. Nope, that's not it. 1 second, I will find it. Summer Forest. It is from an artist called Salil the Shaper. But specifically, I believe I got my stuff off of Game Dev Market because it has better license terms than if you purchase from here. Pretty sure. Banana seed. Yeah. So I bought this, and I've got a whole bunch of tile sets from this. I have applied some processing to them, so it's not purely what they provided. I did some like algorithm upscaling. Then for all of my characters, so like the bee here, this is a 3D model that has been rendered as a sprite sheet. Also, hello Runtime Alex. How's it going? I've got on my Ko-fi page, anyone who supports the channel at any donation tier gets access to everything in the shop. And by the way, anything you guys want that you see me working on stream, just ask and I will almost certainly upload it for you. So yeah, I made an extension for Blender that handles this. Takes 3D model with animations and pops out a nice sprite sheet for you. In a game, trying to decide between learning to draw or work with an artist, I all to have consistency visual. Yeah. Visual consistency is rough. And that is a constant struggle I face. The rendering 3D models as sprite sheets is part of how I'm accomplishing that. Now, obviously this guy's super high resolution, so he looks like a 3D model, but like the bee here is one of my better examples. I think he looks pretty good. Just doing everything in Aseprite. That's fair. I use Aseprite all the time. But I think I did pretty good, since this guy, none of this is drawn by hand. It's purely generated through Blender. Get out of the way. Where is it? Huh. How strange. Errors? Oh, poop. I did one too many undos, apparently. That should fix things. Hello there, still needs work. Welcome back. Well, sort of. I mean, I'm still on the weird schedule. Or, I should say, I am on the lack of schedule right now. How's the moving going? It's going. It's slow. Didn't really hate moving? Bruh. There are very few people who hate moving as much as I do. So... I don't love how pronounced it is there versus here. But I don't really have a better option. And honestly, I think this is probably good enough. I may want to make the effect more pronounced. What do I think of the Apache 2.0 license for a game engine? I know that I have avoided the Apache license for anything and everything, but I've never even considered it for a game engine. Thinking of using O3DE. Why? I thought you were gonna learn Unreal. Why avoiding Apache? Oh boy. Are we gonna have a license stream? Getting nervous about... Whoa, hold on. Please explain why you're nervous about Unreal. You're gonna have to explain that one. There are rumors of Disney buying Unreal. What? Oh, and D20, I'm not suggesting that you're arguing about Apache. I just mean, it's been a long time since I reviewed the Apache license, so if I'm gonna try and talk on it, I'm gonna have to go read it again. Open source software license by the OSI. Allows free use, modification, distribution of software, including for commercial purposes, without requiring the release of source code for modification. So if this is all completely true, then it's kosher as a game engine. I thought Apache had something along the lines of share alike, though. I thought it had something like that. We'll look at that in a second, but Disney going to buy Unreal Engine. I want to know about this. Hold on. Yeah, if Disney is looking to buy Epic Games, I now understand completely still needs work. I understand 100% why you'd be nervous. Woo! D20, we don't use such crass language here. Shame on you. As someone who left Unity in favor of Unreal, if Disney acquires Epic, I'm just gonna make my own language and engine. So things to consider. I'm on RumbleMate. So that's not an issue of platform. That's an issue of I like to keep my channel family friendly. Like, I want this to be a place where if you want to let your young teenager come learn about programming, they're not going to be bombarded with harsh language and stuff like that. Yeah, that one is a dum-dum rule. That is not a platform rule. But no worries. Everyone's got to learn the dum-dum rules at some point. Yeah, no, if this is a real thing that's maybe happening, I 100% understand not wanting to touch Unreal. Because unlike the current Unity license, if Disney takes this over, they get to change the license out from under you. You might... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works with having to honor pre-existing agreements. Like, for anyone who's already released their game for Unreal, Disney shouldn't be able to touch that. But if your game is in flight or in development, when Disney acquires Epic, or if Disney acquires Epic while you're in development, can they change things out from it? Yes. Yes, they can. I heard Source 2, something related, got released as a strong competitor. My recommendation for still needs work is... Well, one, let me actually just look at... hold on. Let me get back through these chats. Regarding MIT license, yes, I agree, that one's fine. I am not familiar with BSD. A permissive open source license allowing broad commercial use modification requires that all redistribution copyright notice this list of conditions all prohibit names for endorsement without permit. That's basically MIT. Assuming that's accurate. This license has also been called the new BSD, or modified BSD. Copyright your holder. Redistribution and use in source and binary forms, with or without modification, are permitted provided the following conditions are met. Redistributions retain the above copyright notice, list of conditions, and the following So you just have to say, hey, this is the copyright under which I acquired these things. Okay. Redistribution in binary form must reproduce the above copyright notice, this list of conditions, and the following disclaimer in the documentation or other material provided with. Right, so you essentially say, I used these libraries to produce this binary under, and they were acquired under this license. Got it? Neither the name of the copyright holder nor the names of its contributor may be used to endorse or promote products derived from software. So this, again, just don't pretend that, like, if you use my library, don't pretend that I'm endorsing your product when you. The software is provided by the copyright holders and contributors as is. Any express or implied warranties, including but not limited to implied warranties, versionability, fitness for any purpose are disclaimed. No event shall the copyright holder or distributors be liable for any direct, indirect, incidental, special, exemplary, or consequential damages. By the way, this will not hold in any court I've ever heard of. Like, you can try to write this. I've never heard of a judge actually respecting this. Cause and on any theory of liability, whether in contract, strict liability, or tort, arising in way out of the use of this software, even if advised of the possibility of such. I mean, it's still wise to use a clause like this to try and protect yourself. That said, if you were to try and distribute like a virus and you put this clause on it, you're still liable for damages caused by the virus. Sorry. Them's the breaks. Let's see. What was that engine? So, grabbing an open source engine is smart. Still needs work. Open source is going to mean that as long as you create a branch to save the current version of the engine, and you have the documentation for the current licensing under that version, you're good. Like, no one can rip that out from under you at a later date. Let's see what people are saying about this versus Godot. Because obviously I like Godot, and so I'm going to recommend using Godot. Not to mention, still needs work. If you're planning to work in an engine, working in Godot means that you will be able to ask me anytime I'm on. Or, for that matter, you've got direct access in the Discord to ask me anything at any time. Just finished prototyping a 3D single-player game. Interact with creatures. Don't really care about what you're trying to make. General consensus about this family of engines is that they provide some amazing capabilities in terms of graphics, but they require a lot of work. You would use O3TE. at a large AAA team. For a smaller team, you may find experience of using O3DE element. More important to match the engine to your team's resources than it is to get the most powerful 3D engine out there. This is very, very valid for comparing the two. Still needs work. How big of a team are you potentially going to grow to? And what are the technical capabilities of the people that would be on that team? Unreal is difficult too, though? Oh, completely agree. If you recall, I suggested for you not using Unreal, but not sure what they mean by difficulty. Let's see. Runtime, Alex. Hello. Were you? Yes, you were the person in chat. I'm like, was I talking to you? Was I not talking to you? Oh, what's happening? You chose to Godot because you're doing 2D, wanted something that can do 3D. Unity not being open source scares you. 100% agree. Godot seems pretty popular. More like to find a community. The big advantage with open source is make your own fork. That way, even if Godot Foundation goes kaput and all of their hosted stuff goes away, I, Dum Dum, can still build the engine myself. How does that work with the Apache 2.0 license? So anytime you acquire something, whether it be a binary or source code, art from an artist, the moment you download it to your system, whatever license it was provided under at that point, that is your license. Period. They cannot say, oh, every copy that's downloaded out there, we're going to update the license. That's not allowed. Unity was able to pull that because they forced updates. They don't do that anymore, allegedly, and they promise they're going to let you stay on the version you're on. But I don't trust them. Let's see. You don't need your own fork, you just need an old version stashed somewhere. Yes, so when I say get a fork, it is specifically so that you can have your own backup stored. Speaking of which, hold on. Where is Dum Dum Do? Dum Dum Do. What is this from? 1/2020. I should update my master from them. Okay. Air. That should be legal. It might just be so many changes that it's having trouble keeping up. I do not want to rebase. Why would you even suggest that? It's successful? Oh. Why are you rebasing? Don't like that. Well, I'll catch up on chat while that's doing things I don't want. You don't get to back up yourself because it's open source already, so you know if Godot dies, someone else will continue it or have a fork. Just abort rebase. Just stop. I don't want to rebase. Get out of here. We okay now? In the stash. Main smoke. That's fine. Why are you still complaining? Yeah, regarding what you said about someone picking up Godot, that will almost certainly happen if Godot Foundation dies. However, I still think it's prudent to have your own backup. I think it's just a smart thing to do. What do I think of the engine? I think it is, one, fantastic for anyone who wants to get into game dev. Absolutely fantastic. I think it is probably the most approachable engine out there that is fully functional. So there's O3DE. Oh, sorry. I read Runtime Alex's name when above your chat. That's not right. I don't know anything about O3DE. That's why I'm going off of like what people are saying. Yeah, I do, like, I don't know how to answer you. Like, if it's based on CryEngine, like, based on the Lumberyard, which is based on CryEngine, like, I know it's capable of really cool stuff, but let's go back to you still needs work. Are you going to be a solo dev for this? Like, are you ever planning to have a team for your game development? Let's start there. I don't know. Okay. So let's assume at some point you will have a team. What is the largest you can imagine your team being? Welcome back, Andy. Like, do you see yourself having a 20 to 30 person team? Or do you see yourself working with a group of people that really, really, really know game development? Well, so if you don't know that, this is what you need to answer. If you are going to have a team of highly skilled professional game developers, go with O3DE. There's little reason not to. If you're likely to be working with people who are not industry professionals, go with Godot. But it all depends on what your goals are. And it's worth noting, there's very little that really want to I mean, if you want to try that engine, go have fun. Like, obviously, if that's what you want to do, go do it. But if you're asking for my opinion on what would better serve your needs, that's a different discussion. But there's no way I can possibly argue you out of wanting to do something. All I will say is, if you are wanting to avoid Godot because you've seen me have trouble with Godot, that's a terrible reason to avoid it. Because I can guarantee you are going to have trouble with any engine you choose. There are going to be things that don't make sense. There's going to be days where you're scratching your head not knowing why things broke. There's going to be design decisions that the authors of the engine made that make zero sense to you. And that will be true of any piece of software you work with. Have experience with Java? A bit. And by a bit, I mean very, very little. I can muddle my way through reading Java source code, but as far as writing it, no. I can recommend libgdx. What's that? Oh, you're asking if Still Needs Work knows Java. Hey, Still, I think you said you don't know Java, right? I know it from school classes. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh! Reading that actually reminds me of one big thing to consider. Where are you wanting to deploy your game? I didn't even think about that. Because I'll bet O3DE does not deploy to mobile. Lessons learned shipping a mobile game with O3DE? Oh, maybe it does. Huh. How good is O3DE for mobile game development? I am the executive director for the Open 3D Engine Foundation. Community and members are currently in iOS and Android support. Plan to integrate this into development branch sometime between then. Primarily focused on optimizing memory and performance, along with ability to package project for submission to the App Store. Working our 2024 roadmap now. 2 years ago. Still relevant because Godot has had mobile support forever. When did Godot first add mobile? AI will probably give a correct answer on this. Oh, yeah, there. Initial support established around the 1.0 to 1.1 version. There you go. And one thing that we basically understand about Godot is you develop once and it deploys to any environment the same way. There's a couple environment-specific project settings, but outside of the project settings, everything works on any platform. That's not true of all engines, and that's not true of all languages, or I should say tech stacks. libgdx. libgdx is going to work on the JV or run on the JVM, so it's going to be extremely analogous to Godot in terms of deployment. I would say that's honestly a pretty good answer for that. Is for Apache? No, you said that. Ew. Hold on. It's probably worth noting, because this runs on the JVM, support for this is going to be trickier. Because you can potentially have different people on different JVM versions. And is that a problem with this? I don't know. I'm just pointing it out as a potential thing to look into with this engine. Provided under Apache 2.0. As far as license, this is all kosher. Cross-platform game development. Like other frameworks, does not impose a specific design or coding style, allowing you the freedom to create games with preferences. So, this tells me that you're not going to get your hand held. We had some stuff from personal experience, it's smooth as it gets. Don't like Java, but libgdx had 0 issues and all features packed. No, I understand that. I'm saying that I could see you running into an issue where if you deploy a game with this library, you have different users having version conflicts because of the JVM they're running. Also has super active Discord. Fair. Very fair. Let's do a very dumb test to see the relative size of the communities. Live GDX. Game crash. How many results am I getting? Do you not say the number of results anymore? Google! Google! Are you serious? Okay, so we go up to page 13. For Godot, same thing. 14 pages. Oh, 15? I don't know if I trust that super well. Do this again. Yeah, okay, so maybe a little bit more active community with Godot, maybe. You can always redistribute your game together with OpenJRE. Yes. How does that fly with deployment on Steam, though? Oh, okay. Oh, Slay the Spire is in this. Okay, never mind. It appears my concerns are ill-founded. Whew. I will say, I would have a slight concern about performance. But that's just because I don't like Java's performance in general. Like, one thing you've seen me do with Godot, if I didn't like the performance of something, I just went and wrote it in C++. And C++ execution is going to be about as efficient as you're ever going to get. Is that engine good for 3D? The GDX 3D game. Seems more 2D or 2.5D? That's just the examples we found. Currently making game. Let's see what we can find. $13. 3D has been around. There's tutorials on how to build 3D games with the library. They're not super helpful. Maybe. So, thing to consider this is lame textures, which if it can handle 3D, it can do good textures. So ignore that aspect of things. The question is mostly, can it do that? And another question is, what kind of shader support exists in libgdx? Because it's worth noting, as long as you have shader support through, yeah, they're written in GLSL, you can do just about anything. Uses glass, yeah. But by that logic, almost any open source game engine will be able to do anything you want still. I would say the biggest advantage Godot has over most things like this, yes, it's the same license as the O3D. Note, it's a library, not a game development IDE. This is a big difference. And I was about to bring that up. I'm glad you did too. Developing without a dedicated IDE is a big hurdle. Huge. Like, you're gonna have to learn to develop a game without having a lot to hang on to. Don't I just use Visual Studio then? Yes. But you know how when I'm working in Godot and I need to update animation information, so like I go here, animation player, and I pull up my animations. You will not have this. This will not exist. Instead, you will have... Let me find an example. Please. Nope. You are going to have stuff like this. So instead of having a nice editor, you're going to be editing your animations in this format or something analogous to this. So very important to understand that aspect. Used Inkscape as a level editor. Oh dear God. Oh no. Yeah, I still needs work for your first game. I don't think I would recommend libgdx. Like, D20, did you have other people who were familiar with it you were working with when you started? Oh, you have a ton of experience already with that stuff. Okay. Yeah. Still needs work. As far as I know, you're starting kind of from the ground. Yes? Yeah. So I'm going to make the recommendation not to use libgdx. Like, if you know what you're doing in a Java space and you have some knowledge of game development, probably reasonable to jump into. I think you would probably struggle. That's my guess. Could you do it? 100%. I think you'll have a bad time. Like, the IDE is a big reason to go with Godot, specifically. Like, this IDE is amazing. I don't think I can stress enough just how amazing this IDE is. For O3DE, does... Okay, so it does have an editor. Good. And I'm having Unreal Engine flashbacks. This feels very Unreal Engine. Also, what language is it written in? C++. The supporting tools developed in Python, uses Lua, and scripting calls for Canvas. Okay, so very, very similar to Godot. In terms of those things, and let's actually do that same test. How many web pages we got? Okay. We are getting... Nice. Okay. Definitely the most results. So potentially O3DE having the most support. That's another important factor. One thing I'm curious, O3DE, what is the base unit of building a game? So like, Godot has the scene, Unreal Engine has Blueprint. What is the core piece of O3DE? Version of Blueprint. Creating reusable configurable objects in prefab. Scripting and logic. O3DE uses script canvas. Allows you to create node-based logic. Often applied to entities within. So this is going to be very similar to Unreal Engine. From, again, limited understanding. Dum does not know Unreal Engine. But this strikes me as being similar. Actually, this is an interesting question. What are people searching that's similar? So, gazebo, flax. That. Robotic simulator. High fidelity physics. Oh, it's meant for modeling robot motion. That's not going to be it. I don't think that's what you're looking for. I agree. High quality modern 3D engine written in C++ and C#. Stunning graphics. Scripts. Flax is not open source. Well, I'm looking at the source code. So it's at least somewhat open. Use Flax for free for commercial and educational usage. Create for game and deploy it on all supported platforms. Use Flax tools and all free. Use full source code for game and pay 4% royalty on earnings exceeding $250,000 per calendar quarter. Oh, that's actually really nice. But what are you getting for that 4% that O3DE doesn't give? Question. Flax engine is often described as lightweight Unreal Engine. Commercial source available. That's an interesting phrasing. Can't use code only. I'm out. Alright. Those three are the only decent based ones. AI. Get out of here. Yep, so short answer, still needs work. Figure out what your team's capabilities are going to be. If you think you're going to have someone who's an industry professional, go with a more professional engine. If you want to get into game development in the industry as a career, like not working for yourself to produce games, but working for big companies, go learn O3DE. If you're planning to stick to smaller independent teams, Godot is probably a better option. But again, back to what you said before, if you just want to, like, if you've just decided you want to learn O3DE, go do it. Cannot pick an engine. You're too early for targeting a commercial Steam game. I don't agree. I think you can decide you want to make a commercial project at any point, and then choose the appropriate tools for that afterward. Like, where you're going to choose to deploy something is kind of irrelevant. Like, you're kind of hinting at this idea that I've heard many times, which is that you should produce a game before you produce the game you want to make, which I think is silly. I think produce the game you want to make. If you can think of a simplified version of that game to do as a trial run, fantastic. If not, just go make the game. Is it going to take you longer while you learn everything? Absolutely. None of that is wasted time, however. Like, my game is an excellent example. This is the first time I've ever done game development. I have never developed a game prior to the one I'm working on now. Am I going to release on Steam for sale? Absolutely. Will it potentially take me a lot longer than I'm estimating? Yeah. But I'm going to do it. It's not a question of if, it's just a question of when for me. And as long as you have that level of determination, I don't see a reason why you should require yourself to have some level of skill before you allow yourself to start developing a commercial product. I fundamentally disagree with that mentality. I understand why people say it. And it's generally to weed out the people who are trying to make a game without knowing what they're doing and plan to sell whatever they come up with. If you are instead approaching it with the mentality of, I'm going to make a game of a certain quality level, and I'm not going to stop until I hit that quality level, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to start on a commercial product first thing you do. It is just important that you set those clear quality goals and standards for yourself. Because if you're not going to set those, then I agree, D20, that the person's going to end up producing garbage. But if you have clear quality standards of what you want to hit, and you've analyzed the market for like, okay, based on these quality standards, this type of game, here's what I can, the price I can market it at reasonably, go for it. The worst thing that can happen is you fail. And you will have learned a crap ton in the meantime. You will build foundations that will haunt you later. Yeah. Like I said, it's going to take longer because you're learning everything. Absolutely 100%. This is why you've seen me take up to a week, actually up to 2 weeks on occasion, to rebuild something from the ground up, because the thing I made first time around wasn't good enough. Yeah, oh, there's going to be churn. There's going to be rework. And as long as you understand that and accept it, that's fine. So I'm kind of good with what I built today. I think we might be ending the YouTube and Rumble stream earlier than the Twitch stream. Apologies to you guys on YouTube and Rumble. But the remainder of stream, I kind of want to work on OBS stuff, which is going to mean I can't no one argue? Oh, this isn't if you think this is arguing, oh boy. You're gonna run away from the channel if we ever have a real argument. I want to discuss the different outlooks on game development. I think this is an important aspect of approaching these things. Out of curiosity, you have prior software development experience? Yes. I have worked for Fortune 100 companies, deploying working on software related to deploying enterprise level solutions. I can't really disclose more than that, but you guys know that I worked in software testing, and I wrote automated testing tools. So that's what I did for big companies. I have to be careful what I say about ending those streams. I'm not gonna be in trouble if I say it on Rumble. Be in trouble if I say it on YouTube, though. Oh, heavens! Hello there, Blackwater! Hello, hello, hello. You're picking the worst time. The absolute worst time. I'll keep stream going a little more for the raid, but my goodness. Yeah, we've been discussing how to approach your first game as a game developer. Like when you're just getting into it. We've also been talking about what engine to use based on what your skill set is. The short of it, just to catch everyone up on what we've been talking about, is if you want to develop a game, first figure out what your skill set is and what the skill set of your team is going to be. Then find a tool that matches that skill set. If you're someone like me, who has zero prior experience in game development, has zero knowledge of low-level game engine concepts, Godot. If you want to get into the gaming industry and work for a company like Epic, go learn Unreal or go learn O3DE. Godot, obviously, bestest unless you're Otter. Then everything is just Game Maker. That's true. So if you can get away with making your game in Game Maker, that is the engine to use. Oh my goodness. Like, if Game Maker is capable of what you want, do it. Because that's probably the most out-of-the-box completed game of any of the engines. I, however, think that it is terribly limiting. And I think most people would agree. And it's designed to be, right? It's designed so here's a type of game you make, and if you want to make that type of game, this is the engine for you. Have all the fun. You have to make a lot yourself. Oh yeah, if you want to work outside the bounds of like a turn-based RPG, a simple turn-based RPG, oh yeah, you're making everything custom. At which point you're probably better off with an engine like Godot. If you're trying to make a super complex open world RPG, Godot can do it, but you might be better off with something like O3DE or Unreal. Want to try Godot one day? Absolutely recommend. And you should come back whenever you want to know about Godot stuff and ask it here. I'm totally not being self-serving by saying this. Don't know what you're talking about. Especially shaders. We'll talk your ear off about it. Oh, when we have bad shader days. Let's see, Blackwater, when were you last here regarding shaders? What was the last thing we were working on that you saw? Were you here for the math hell that was the off-screen indicator shader? I think you were here around that time. Is that right? Don't remember, but we were looking at Godot shader website. Talking. Oh, you were here for the license stuff about. I remember you now. I remember. Yes. And the site that you were asking about was garbage. Total garbage. because they didn't provide a license to use the shaders on the site. That's just a general thing for anyone talking game dev. I want to bring it up any and every time this comes up. Always, 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 always check the license for anything you are going to use. But I will show off what we've been working on over the past week and today. And it finally works! I want to get the animation a little bit nicer than what it is right now. But basic thing works. Check up here at the top left. It's telling me where the enemy is. Woo! When the enemy's on screen, it fades away real quick. Enemy's off screen, it comes back. Woo! Yeah, so I was trying to figure out what to do with enemies that are way off screen. So let's say you're like fighting an enemy way down here, and you beat the enemy that's down here. How do you know where the next target is? Or do I have the enemy come to you? Well, enemy coming to you is a lot of extra logic that I did not want to have to handle. Because that would have been terribad. So instead, just say, hey player, walk this way. And I think it's pretty effective. Is it a bit of a cheat? Yeah. Could it be annoying when you're at the end of the level and you need to walk in a direction? Sure. However, I do plan on having some sort of logic that says, hey, when the final boss of the stage dies, go ahead and eliminate all the enemies. Or go ahead and play the victory condition. Oh, right. Visible collision, paths, navigation. Super happy with that result. What do we want to touch on for the rest of stream? I am at 6.5 hours, so it might be time to move off of Godot dev and onto something else. Gator direction, that is fixed. I am not testing Slime Golem today. That's just not happening. I'm not sufficiently annoyed to work on that. Okay. Let's take a break. Chat. Get your game dev questions in. Like, still needs work. I know you might still have questions about engine and stuff, so I definitely want to let you guys ask all your questions on that stuff before jumping topics. But we will take a break. I think 20 minutes? 20 minutes. Timer, where are you? There you are. But very good discussion today on the needs regarding your game engine, what to look for. Oh, there we go. So what were we doing here? Right. I need to light up those crystals. And I need access. Ooh. This guy. Oh. 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 Hold on. There are crystals over here. Hold up. Hold up. All of you come with me. Hold up. I may have figured a thing out. Is this a thing? Hold up. I think this might be the answer. Released a game for a resale on Steam and sold copies. Dude, congratulations. That is amazing. I don't think there can be a bigger step for a game dev. Whoa. Hello? Oh. There's more orbs over here. Well, that fixes my problem. I am Chad. Are you? Chad Sr. This buoy's mine. You'll never get it from me. I bet my family legacy on it. What if I shake you? Nice try, traveler, but I have a grip of steel. Oh, I know how to handle you. Ah. Take it from him. Take it in his legacy. Steam and Android sold copies on both. Dude. Like, deploying on one platform is a big thing in and of itself. But to already have deployed on 2 platforms, you, sir, are amazing. Yeah. Ah. What happens if I just leave him? Oh. I am in pain. Good. Chad deserves all the pain. Oh, I'm down to 1. Ew. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Yeesh. Like that. Amazing. Cool. Come on. Do what I want. There we go. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And looks prepared, but I'm... Oh well. It's probably not a problem. Let's do this! What? Whoa. Are we back? Felt our plane of existence. It almost broke. That's cool. That's super, super cool to hang the main thread in order to cause this effect. That's cool. Good job. Good job, Dev. However, if I had answered Windows and hit close program, it would have actually closed the program. Did I mention Windows, Linux, and Mac support? Bruh. Now you're just showing off. Oh. Is that one of my artifacts you have? I didn't account for that. Well, now that that's all over, I'll take things a bit more safely. Yes. A time calibrator do wonders for the safety of your trip to the future. You take a look around, some of these sliders may have been affected. Sure. Hello. Time calibrator storage. Well, that's convenient. That's not a... That makes sense. Hold up. This is the same problem I had up here. Where are you? Oh, that's on the next map. Hold on. Oh, and apparently I had an extra buoy that I just decided not to use. Alright. One thing I haven't tried. Save. Oh. So that's what you do. Fancy. Ooh. Hello. This time there should be no issues. If this works, I'll have all the time in the world to save everyone. It has to work. Soon as... Wait. But there was the thing up top that I didn't get to interact with. Increase your social credit to respectable levels. Cool. Fighter 9. I did start the timer, right? Hold on. Yes. Hey, what's the matter with you? Place is still a mess. Yeah? Hold it in. No poop on company time, not efficient. Oh heavens. Do it at home. We're at the anti-pooping union. Or we are the anti-poop. What? Most of the robots in the factory have gotten a lot friendlier since teaming together to save you. Something about the desperation to save you snapped us all out of it. Apparently this is their sense of humor. Just play along, I guess. What? Oh, heavens. Heavens to Betsy. Nope. There we go. Well, it still needs the crystals. Wait. Still need the crystal from the mountain. Check north of Caves. Follow the rail line. Huh? Oh yeah, I got the explosives from the war zone. I think we're kind of done with the factory. For now. Please help Jim Bobby if you... Fixed it. Finally, work concludes. Try. Something about them holds a lot of power. Whatever. How do I... Huh? That just tells me where I am. Oh! Thank you, I've been stuck there for days! Cool. Jim Bobby is saved! What is this? Oh no! My friend Bobby Jim got stranded on the mountaintop. Hope it's not too cold up there. Oh dear. And we got rails. Oh dear. Okay. Come on down to Bert's Crafts. Good. Low prices. Once I get my hands on stuff from the Crystal Loop over there, we're gonna have some crazy tech. Awesome. Ooh. Oh. Well, let's take a gander at what's on the edges. Crystal transport cart got trapped. Do not heat. But they say any problem can be fixed with explosives. I don't have anything to ignite them. Find something hot enough to blow these up, let me know. Cool. Unstable crystals avoid large sudden movements. I mean, can I like make a minecart? Oh. I feel like I need to bring a minecart through here. That's a not much. Guess I can. Yeah. There. Ladder going down. Alt hit. Oh. Hello. So cold. Poor guy. There. Yes. I hope this crappy generator lasts until the wire wheel is finally fixed. Be hooked up. Ooh. All right. And what is... why is there a cat in the middle of lava? That's not right. I went to all the places. Avoid large sudden... Well... I just moved a tectonic plate to collide with it. Is that not big enough? If I try to anchor this... Oh! That didn't do anything? For real? Well, that was about as abrupt of a movement as I'm capable of. Alright, let's get back to work. Actually, since stream maintenance stuff is happening, I'm gonna have to pare things down to just one stream output. So I will be ending stream for YouTube and Rumble. I apologize, guys. But there is nothing more I can do about that if I'm gonna work on OBS stuff. So, for all of you on Twitch, just hang tight while I do sign off. This does not mean stream is ending for you. Where are you? There you are. Alrighty. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. You all so much. Above all, guys, hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.